Good morning, crypto fam, and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. I am your host, Down to Crypto TA. I'm not the Coin King. I just have to get that out of the way every time because somebody's gonna come in here and say, "Good morning, dude." And the Coin King is from Thailand. And you see my picture. I don't look like I'm from Thailand, right? Anyway, we're starting out with some morning shenanigans here, but Bitcoin does actually look like it's gonna break that trend line today. That's what I'm kind of seeing in the market right now. A stronger possibility of actually getting above this resistance point right here, which happens to be this. Take that out of the way for a sec. Just happens to be this resistance right here that we've been rejecting off of. So um, that is what I'm seeing. Bitcoin is actually gonna make an attempt and actually break above here. It probably won't get too far. Maybe about $100,000 is what I'm speculating on. I think I have to somewhat daily. Yeah, daily. I took off the bottom line in here, which was just the lower part of the broadening formation. Since we did break it, and we're just kind of, we're not even respecting that line anymore. So that's gone. Pretty much everything we looked at. Friday. Everything we looked at Friday basically took place. We talked about Bitcoin coming out here trying to hold the trend line that was also this measured move here from this pullback here, or that rise in structure right there. And then if it didn't hold that, then we look for it to fill in the inefficiency, which is all of this over here. So we got that. We finally got that. Looks like we're trying to break out of some sort of a squeeze in here, tightening in here. Not actually going too good at the moment, but like I said, I believe $100,000 is going to be in the table, and it might be a little bit easier for us to do that today. I do need to take a look at CME as well, but I mean, just let me see. Okay, yeah, it's okay. It's not looking really successful with this first attempt right now. Yeah, not really looking too successful. If we come back down, I just don't see it coming back down. Um, at least not below these lows. I mean, some good liquidity right here because you got almost like a double bottom situation in here, so it does make for good liquidity. If we come back down, we want to respect the ascending trend line that we have through here and not actually come back into the golden pocket again. Otherwise, we basically be taking out the liquidity from these lows and nothing good from that situation. Let's see. I mean, everything so far, honestly, it looks good. We came back up to this trend line right here, and usually when you come back up and you tap a trend line again, then the momentum is shifting to the upside, as opposed to not actually managing to make your way to it and then shifting down. Like with this attempt right here, we didn't make our way all the way back up here, and then we broke this low right here. Momentum was actually shifting down, so it seems like momentum is actually rising, and we'll get through here and potentially, yeah, 100,000 is what I have to say. So what I have to say, everything is pointing towards that 100,000 for us today. um Let me see over here. Here, everything basically looks the same so far. Ethereum, same situation as Bitcoin, had a little squeeze happening in here, and it got a push to the upside, but it doesn't look like it has the greatest strength, and they'll probably play around with us until market opens on. Hold on, let me step back one more time. So we did fill in the inefficiency over here. Well, not all the way. um Golden pocket retracement, just the golden pocket retracement on this one. Still good. So I think that's what we said, probably golden pocket. And if it didn't hold golden pocket, then we would look back down here at this level right here. Looks fine to me so far. Nice bottom and tail candle. Looks fine to me so far. We're coming into resistance again, ever so slightly. We break through that, then we'll start to look at this next area up here. Again, that's 34.62, 35.73 here. We start to look at that. And I may have to extend this line right here out, which may indicate, it just depends on how fast we come up. We may just do the lows that are in here. Yeah, a little bit of resistance, a little bit. Solana's actually starting to improve on its performance. On Friday, we had our measured move here, for this, what I thought felt like could be a head and shoulder formation, neckline break here, back test, and yeah, down 786. That all worked out pretty good. I actually played with Solana a little bit over the weekend, nothing heavy, just small stuff. What I did with Solana, if you ever watch Trader TV, them guys get really excited. They're like $1 in the money, 50 cents in the money. That's what I did with Solana this weekend. It's like I want to have fun like that. Play the penny slot machine with it. Like it was fun. It was fun. Set my leverage to 2x by one. It's cool. Um, it is above this neckline now. It is performing a lot better at the moment. Coming into this bit of resistance here. Probably not gonna be able to see that pretty closely, but coming into some resistance right here. Yeah, you can see it much better from here. What we be looking at. So if we break through here, then if we can, if we have the momentum, then I'd be looking for us to get back into these this trend line here. If we fall short of it, then we're probably going to come back. But again, Solana's within bear market territory, so there's no better place to really pick it up than starting in here. Like for a long-term hodl, this is a great place to start picking it up. There's always still going to be the case where Solana could potentially do $40 to $30, so you have to know that and just be able to ride it out. But that's nice. That's pretty nice. Got confluence right here with this 26 EMA. So if it breaks that, then yeah, it starts to look up. We was looking at about 160 just then. So yeah, that is what I'll be looking for. So almost forgot about this point of control. I'm gonna have to walk that back. I'm so sorry, because we do have the point of control. We're gonna have to get through. It's at 145. 145. I'll just say about 145, 146. Yeah. So we'll have that point of control. Let me look back over here again. I guess it's just really going to depend on fundamentals more than anything today, or the low liquidity to actually push us through here. It could act like resistance again coming up into it. I guess it's a if this then that right now. I don't have a better way of looking at it. So if we do manage to break through here, I would start to look up here towards that 160. I would at least 158, at least 158 then. And that'll just be coming back into these lows over here too. The low in here. But yeah, the point of control. Forgot about that. Um, Zcash to me is at resistance at the moment. I was looking at this being a potential inverse head and shoulder. I actually it didn't invalidate this shoulder over here, but I don't feel like that anymore about the inverse head and shoulder situation. Maybe a neckline break in here, but it looks like it may be hitting some resistance at the moment. I was looking right here, so you can see right here on the RSI. You see how it's starting to respond. RSI is around about it's an 81 read right now. I don't really know that we have the energy through here. It can just continue to chop it and squeeze up higher, but if it is hitting some resistance. MACD looks good. MACD looks good, but it's hitting some resistance. So if you were looking to take a short on this, which I'm not taking a short on this one right here right now, I want to wait for the MACD to actually turn negative. It doesn't have to cross the signal line. I just want the slope to start to change a little bit. And right now, this looks crazy. It looks crazy. We could wait for an SFP maybe. That could be the catalyst right here. Just waiting for an SFP. I'm hoping, just waiting for an SFP. I'm going to get rid of the fib level for a bit. Otherwise, I say this thing is at resistance. Yeah, it's definitely at resistance. Yeah, it's at resistance. I would be careful. It's always about managing your risk. I'd be a little careful with taking a short on it right now, though, because they could try to squeeze the price up a little bit higher, and then it would reverse. Because the RSI, I'm not big on overbought and oversold. It's just I don't think we're bullish enough to have an RSI read like that, and that's the only thing. I don't think it's bullish enough for that. We know that it's been wanting to get higher, but I don't think it's bullish enough to have that kind of RSI read. So just keep that in mind if you are looking to short it. And until we get some sort of a reaction, a thorough reaction, we don't have that right now here on Zcash. I did go through and take a look at some of the other coins in here before I jumped on. Like I said, basically everything looks the same. Some sort of a little squeeze happening in here. And everything looks like it's going up. We'll manage to at least come into their descending trend lines. Yeah, that looks good. Looks good in my opinion. We'll at least come back up into here at least today. And then if we get the breakout, probably just look about 230, 238. I probably would just look at that. This first point of resistance in here. In the immediate for XRP. I know it's nothing major, big, or anything like that. That would be my starting point. But it's holding, so if you're long, you're probably strong. Okay. I look that crow squeezing as well. Looking for a break to the upside. Will also be a shift in market structure. Some really good liquidity across these semi-equal highs in here. Sui was one of the better looking charts over the past week. Looking very healthy. It didn't get all the way down here into this FVG because that was what we were looking at. If it pulled back, that possibly, but it nonetheless is still within the fair value gap, and it did bounce. As long as it doesn't come below this point, basically, is what we're saying. Starts closing below here, then it's more likely to drop a little bit lower back down into here. So it did possibly do have this trend line right here. That's what was I looking? I think I was looking at the Bollinger on this. So if it did break above that trend line right there, you likely have an expansion to the upside, which we don't have that right now, but you can see between this trend line right here and what would be like our max on our fair value gap if price does come back down. Looking for it to hold there. And then there was BNB. One of the best looking charts this morning for me is Pump. I don't know if you guys saw Pump, but Pump looks really good. I actually bought some. I bought some Pump. I entered into a long trade on a 2x leverage on Pump this morning. BNB just back into from the weekend, just back into this little support level here. I didn't really go over too much with BNB. But so far, BNB continues to look good. It's not coming all the way back down here, so more than likely it does continue to push up a little bit higher, at least come back into about 990. And if you see it breaking above 990, then it's possibly going much higher. Yeah, it's possibly going much higher if it breaks back above this 190. But you have higher lows at the moment, just within this little small range right here. It doesn't look like a bear flag in my opinion either. I'm gonna jump down a little bit on this one right here. This looks really freaking good. Pump. It has a beautiful, beautiful squeeze on it down here. See that beautiful squeeze? So I bought a little bit of this with the hopes that we're going to see that break to the upside and start another explosive move out of this one. But this looks good. I guess the worst thing that can happen here is it continues to have low volatility and we're just sideways ranging. But right now, this looks amazing. So I'm looking for a nice expansive move back up. This and chain link is like my two favorite charts at the moment, and I usually don't mess around with pump no more. But I bought it this morning. Yeah, it's a good looking chart. And with the 2x, my liquidation is all the way down here. And what I put into it, I'm willing to lose it. So I didn't even put a stop loss on it. I'm willing to take a loss on that. I just think that this is going to break up, and get an explosive move on it. So that's what I'm doing with this. I would never advise not using a stop loss unless you're willing to take a risk on that. Like I said, with my little 2x leverage, what I put into it isn't something that I'm concerned about. Because it can always come down here and liquidate me. I know that much. But I'm good with that. I think it's a good looking chart. I mentioned Link. I still think Link is looking really, really strong over here compared to some of the other charts. Potentially an inverse head and shoulder coming into play as well. Link looks really strong in here. Link was one of few coins that actually got a closure above here, and a strong close above it too. So just a higher low at the moment, and I'm looking for continuation on this one. And it was in its bear market lows, and it basically just held this bottom support down through here. Like it looks really good. It looks really good. go back up here. ADA. We're looking at the 50% retracement to the golden pocket retracement here for ADA on Friday. So that is what it held. Hold on. Let's see that. Just in case. Some people have a little ugly shoulder, right? So just in case. It's a little bit too high. Yeah, that's good enough. I'm gonna set it all the way out here. Let's see what we have in terms of confluence. I know it looks a little wonky, this over here. Probably will take some time to play out if it is. Okay. That will likely move. I need to slide this down a little bit. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That looks like it's too far over. Yeah. This will be something that it likely wouldn't happen today, but over the next few days, it is a possibility of this playing out. I would probably just look at the 53 instead of this full measured move because we really don't know where a breakout is going to take place anyway. And as soon as it gets back up here to this trend line, it might pose as a little bit of resistance against it. But this looks like it gets that move up here. At least right now in the immediate back here to this ascending trend line here, or the supposed neckline here for ADA. It looks like we might have an update today, and I can be wrong. I've been on point so far, but I could be wrong today. It looks like we go up today. Looks like upside today. Hype, unfortunately, did not pause out around here. That was something that we were looking at with this measured move from the head and shoulder in here. Shoulder, head, shoulder. But I assume that even if it got down into here, that it could possibly hold in here. I know I was looking at the Bollinger, and I put on, was I on this time frame? It might be up. Well, I can't remember what time frame I was looking at, but anyway, I do recall me thinking that it could potentially hold at the 786, and it didn't do that. So it chopped into it, finished out the entire head and shoulder um, measured move. And right now I have it inside of a like a falling wedge pattern. Um, I think I did it from this one. Not even not actually a falling wedge, but eh, it's converging though. It's very possible that that was the low in this situation. I really hate that it took out that low right there though. Right now, I would be looking for a move back into this trend line right here on hype. So let's just say this is a 4 hour. Just push the hours out a little bit. So let's say about 34 cents at the moment. It is squeezing through here, or at least the volatility is through this point right in here. Okay, so come back up, get above the golden pocket. Unless you look at this as a larger channel, which again would be something that takes some time to play out. But I think that that could have been potentially that was a low in here, especially if we see it getting above the golden pocket. We can almost confirm it as a low, even though it doesn't break this high just yet. Yeah, once we're above the golden pocket, we're clear, and I would be looking for us to come back up. Expansion will more than likely happen at that point for hyperliquid once it gets above here. Likely expansion back into here, and then we break above this. Well, we really got to get above this 20 SMA in here from the 2 week time frame through here in order to come make a full range move back into this trend line in here. But this looks more likely to happen. Even if we, let's say, push back up into the golden pocket and saw a little bit of a rejection, have the potential for some sort of an inverse head and shoulders just right over here. Yeah, definitely have the potential for some sort of an inverse head and shoulder. That looks good. Yeah, it looks like we're going up today. It looks like we're going up. We're going up today. 93, 473. As far as liquidations go, Bitcoin's like $1,000 off in either direction. To the upside right now, max pain on shorts is $1,123 away. So at 93, we just say 93,000, just keep it at an even number. So 93, yeah, we definitely about to come up into that. I say we hit that before we come back down here and do 90. Yeah, so that's easy. And then on Ethereum, just $31 away from max pain on shorts. ETH look like it's trying to flag out right there. Flag out where it is right now. So I'm talking 31.89, 31.89 here. It's gonna at least flag out to take that out. That's not too far away. Solana again, much closer to taking out shorts at 139 than it is coming back here for longs. Hype, same situation, yeah. So again, it looks like we're up today. I went through some of the stock picks as well, and was talking about Lululemon. We've had some good plays in the stock market, honestly. A lot better than crypto at the moment. But we've had some good plays in the stock market. We had the Dollar Tree, Dollar General earnings, which did really good. We talked about Lululemon on Friday, and it did end up breaking above that trend line. And I'm gonna take a look at those too while we're kind of quiet over here in the crypto space. Just take a look at those. But so a lot of stuff looking pretty decent right now. What we talked about with gold, and let's actually start out with gold since we're here. So remember I told you I moved the trend line up here to match this, and then we ended up seeing a rejection from that afterwards on Friday when it did get the move up. It was holding this trend line down through here. It might be getting ready to slip it, but like I said, if it comes back down, it's important for it to be able to hold on a back test in here, because otherwise it does risk the potential of breaking down. And I can see confluence towards this low in here. But if we're successful to continue to show that, we're looking, it's going to go up, then I'd be looking in here. But right now, I just kind of, like I said, I feel a little bit cautious at the moment with gold. Just a little bit cautious right now with gold. We definitely had some opportunities in here when we first started looking at this with this breakout, but I don't know, something just feels a little off, maybe because everybody wants it. Might be it. think, should I move this line? I'm gonna move it. Then I know I don't have to move it again. Let me just stretch this out. I'm gonna leave this one where it was at though. And then you can see the confluence across the low in here that we have been holding with this 200 EMA down here. So if we come back and we're not holding on a back test, then it's a good chance that we and I say we, I'm not even in a gold position. You know, this pattern is dead. We'll be dead at that point. So just something to watch out for over here. If that happens with gold. Thus far, not really a violation beyond here. But you know, this is the area that I've been watching in here. And I have reason to speculate on price coming down to here. I really don't have reason to speculate on price going breaking to the upside, but I have to take into account that it can. I just don't have a reason to speculate on it doing that, but I have a reason to speculate on price coming down here. The lines in here on any of this right now, it has not been updated. And I told you that last weekend, well, this past weekend, that Tuesday is really going to be the best day to get the best data. You just need Monday to kind of get all the information together. So I can't confirm that any of the lines that we're seeing in here at the moment is still gonna work out. Like I was saying in here, they probably keep price trapped in here. And that was on Friday. They probably keep us trapped in here. Just the biggest volume was in here with the expiries on Friday. And at worst right now for NVIDIA, I still think 165 could be on the table. I think 165, no, 175. 170 could still be on the table, but right now we are still just within our larger somewhat of a channel. Zoom out. We're still within this. Robinhood got some news this morning. That's why it gapped up. Yeah. Indonesia. So Robinhood is just expanding its reach, and so it ended up gapping this morning. I was playing around with Robinhood on Friday. What I had open, I closed out. I can't guarantee it. This gap up is going to stay, but I did play this little range right here, and I closed it out on Friday. Just in case market opened today and we were doing something different, but I wouldn't be able to close this out if I wanted to anyway. Not on BTCC. You have to wait till market opens anyway. So I'm not sure how well these lines in here are going to work for this week. It's reacting to it right now with the low in here, but I just don't know how well any of this is going to work this week. So just based on the technicals, let's see. We're still within, I was saying that this could potentially be an inverse head and shoulder. It could also be a rising wedge. So it's like stuck in the middle right here with Robinhood. I'm looking up in terms of price action, which is why I only put a measure move to the upside. But I just want to make sure that I'm highlighting the fact that it could also be a rising wedge structure and that it could break to the downside. Because we have some interest. We have both interests up and both interests down. At least we had. We never did make it up here. So whoever this was ended up out of the money. But I have to look back at that later today to even be able to update the information because it could have changed something. But I'm banking on this being an inverse head and shoulder. Until it's invalidated is what I said. Until it's invalidated, that's just what I'd be sticking with. That could be an inverse head and shoulder. So good news to see Bitcoin trying to move up a little bit more. Everything is holding steady. But yeah, hood looks good. If anything, I would watch that rising structure just to make sure it does get the break to the upside and not down. Apple. I am Apple long. This was a head and shoulders. I think that's what I mapped out over here I didn't get around to showing this, and I said I was going to show you this on Friday, and I realized I didn't get around to it. But a little bit of a head and shoulders is what I was looking at for a measured move down here towards the 277.50, which is a big level in here for it. But I am I'm in a long position on Apple. It's not performing the best. And I know that, because of some of the changes internally within the company and whatnot. I don't think that that's a big burger for it. And so I said I was doing I was willing to be in a little bit of a drawdown on it, which I am in a little bit of a drawdown on my long position here for Apple. But I like it. And I'm looking to buy a little bit more. I have a limit order set in here for that 277. So it's just one of those positions where I'm just going to add into it a little bit as it comes down. Very strategically, unless we nuke, and then I'll be looking down here at 270 for Apple. There is some a bit of information on Tesla as well. If I come across it in here. Shouldn't have had to do that. I must have synced this. Did I sync this? But Tesla could potentially within the next 2 weeks, you could get this at a discount. About 3. Let's see what the information was I picked up on Tesla. So both Netflix and Tesla are two you might be able to get a discount on. And where's my read? $315 possible. And forgive me for saying the next 2 weeks, because it's not going to be the next 2 weeks. It is a longer lookout on this one right here for Tesla, but you might be able to pick it up somewhere around the 300 in the 300s. So if you're looking to get long on Tesla, I mean, you can still play around with it, but it's a strong possibility that it does sell off back into about 315. It's doing really good right now. This isn't even my correct chart. See if I can't find it. I know where I have it. Yeah, so that's a pretty good chance you will be able to pick it up back down here around 315, 320, something like that. Here for Tesla. This is just kind of like where they kept us pinned in between. I talked about that on Friday. It might keep Tesla, somewhere closer to where this dash line is in here. But it hit some of the other levels that it had in here, which again, this all needs to be updated. I don't have anything in here until, I actually have nothing in here. I think I deleted all of them, or I hid them. One of the two. I hid them. Okay, yeah, I hid everything else. A little bit of a head and shoulder that might have already played out. But if you're looking to get long on it, you got some time to wait for it to get down to around 3 in the 300 range. That's just Robinhood again. I settle position. This is just one of the picks. One of the picks continues to look pretty good in here so far. Looking for that 86 to get hit. Doesn't mean it happens today, but that's the move. This was Dollar General that we looked at when they had their earnings. And remember, I had an alert set. Yeah, I need to take this alert off of here. I had the alert set for that break. Yeah, delete that. So that's looking pretty good. And I told you that I wasn't going to take a position on it though, and I didn't. I didn't take a position on it. Just they did good with the earnings. They're still looking good. I was like, I kind of regret not entering the position because I was already looking for it to go up anyway. A little bit of an inverse. We talked about the possibility of this having that inverse head and shoulders on it, and the measure move would be up here about 180. for DG here. So it's continuing to perform pretty well. Uh, we got Lululemon. We talked about Lululemon on Friday. And they report their earnings, and I did put out a post on this. They do report their earnings. I think on the 11th. I think it's the 11th. Yeah, on the 11th, they're going to be reporting. I was saying I didn't want to buy into resistance, and this is still resistance, in my opinion. Even though it did get above it, I still say it's at resistance. So I'm not going to buy that. I said if I'm going to get into it, then I get into it down here, unless on earnings, unless they beat expectations on earnings, which right about now they don't have the U.S. market in their pocket. So we're banking on China right now, which their sales are really great in China. They just don't have the U.S. market right now. So let's just hope China pulls it through. That's why I'm going to wait until earnings come, and if they got a good earnings, then I'll be looking for this thing right here to continue up. It's held the low down through here very well with the consolidation, and also we talked about the fact that if we look out here on the monthly time frame, it also hit the 200 EMA, which is a nice look. It's a nice 200 EMA, and just been bouncing away from that. So I think it looks pretty good. It still could go sideways, and if the earnings isn't good, then I'd be looking for a drop down here to about 121. Probably take out this little pivot down here from this order block we have. If it does look good, and I'd be looking for it to push. I don't think it goes higher than this at the moment, about 258, but that's a nice move from where it's sitting at right now to up here. So I will jump in and get long on it if it does, report positively. If it reports positively, then that looks nice. And then there was GE. We talked about that, and I told you that there was some unusual activity, looking for a pushback up here in the 315, but I would be a little bit cautious on it still, because it is at the highs. It is sitting at the highs, but if it doesn't fail, then I hate to do that to you. I hate to do it if this then that, but sometimes that's just what you got. We looked at it with these two trend lines through here. I'm going to turn off. So we looked at it with the two trend lines down through here. And what I mentioned to you is that it was failing to come back up. So you can already tell that momentum was kind of like to the downside at the moment, because it was failing to come back up here into this solid trend line in here. And that this right here was based on a line bias down through here. So just based on the line bias down through here. Still kind of holding in here right now, but ugh. Just because a lot of money goes into it doesn't mean it has to make the move up here. Doesn't mean that it has to make the move up here, because big money can be out of the money too. Not just retail money, but big money can be out of the money too. I'm using weekly, so I know I have to update. All of this. This is not a strong contender for me. I'm really only looking at it because of the unusual well activity for that move to 315. That's the only reason why I'm looking at it. Otherwise, technically, I don't really like it. I don't like it at all. AMD, I was looking at a head and shoulder for a measured move down here to about 180. Right now, it looks like it wants to come back up here and try to back test this neckline for a second time. If it does and successfully, then of course this is off the table. Um, and it's holding. I was looking at when I said it like that. Yeah, it hasn't lost the momentum just yet. So be careful about trying to short it because it actually, I mean, you can try it again back here. It looks like it might actually invalidate this head and shoulder and come back up. This is a squeeze. This is a squeeze. So if it does, then it's gonna run on you pretty quick. If we start breaking this, I will get long on this today. If that happens, because this is a squeeze here for AMD. Just check back on. We're still sideways right now on in crypto. We're still sideways. But yeah, if we're breaking, if we're successfully with volume actually, if we have some volume backing a move above here, I will jump into a long today on AMD. Otherwise, another rejection here would be bad for it, and I would look for 180 to be. It's actually gonna be pretty bad for it here on the 4-hour time frame altogether. If it does that, won't be holding this 400 anymore. That's for sure. It's gonna be bad. Too strong a stock right now. Let's see if this is actually a squeeze. Nah, it's not over here on the daily. On the 4-hour, it is squeezing on the 4-hour, so it would blast up on you if it break out to the upside. That's why I'm gonna jump long if it does that. If it breaks through here, I'm gonna jump long on it. But from here, you just have a wide range of volatility. So yeah, it can easily run all the way back up here to that 256 if it wanted to. Let's see how that goes today. 16 a little easier to see. So yeah, that would be your invalidation of that for AMD. Intel, we're talking about the fact that we're looking at this from the daily time frame. I think we were looking at this from so the daily at 16. That's one of the two. But anyway, it hit resistance. It hit this resistance down to here. Looking for a rejection back down into 26. That's what I'm looking for. Unless it chooses to, unless I just don't think Intel is. I just don't think that Intel is that right now. I just don't. I don't care about the government contracts. Blah blah blah. I just don't think it's. I don't think it's that right now. It's like I said, people are looking for it to get back up here to the. Is that the all-time high? Yeah, the all-time high from the dot-com bubble. 25 years later, we made it. I mean, I can see price where it is. I just don't see price back up here right now. I don't think I don't think Intel's value is there, to be honest. I shouldn't have to say to be honest because I'm not gonna lie. I just don't think that Intel's value is here. Yes. Interesting. I mean, if you didn't get Intel off of the retracement anywhere between $20, well, 20, yeah, anywhere between. I was talking about it at $21. So if you didn't get it somewhere between that and where it actually bottomed at, I just don't see the value in buying into it right now, especially not at resistance. Intel chips are not worth $75. They're just not worth it. They're so many years behind Intel, so many years behind. I get told all the time when I'm working to not talk bad about them. Um, but they're so many years behind. I don't see that being a value. So again, if it rejects, I am still going to be looking down about 20, 26 at worst, at best about, yeah, back in here about 33 at best, about 33. But I definitely see us rejecting from here and coming down. Can't tell right now. but overvalued if it does anything different. This is yeah, that's bearish. That's bearish. I think I was looking for ABG to hold on. What was I looking at on ABG? I mean, a strong pre-market. I don't think that there is an issue with ABG. I'm looking at a gap. I think I was looking, or I am looking for ABG to, if it comes back up here, reject again off of the top side of the channel formation in here, and possibly come back down here towards where the gap is. Uh, just back down here around the top side of it. That's what I'm thinking for ABGO, for Broadcom. At least that's what I was looking at on Friday. It has check back over here. Chart looks good though, so I might not. This might not happen. Uh, looks like I can move this trend line too. So it might not happen. I would still keep that in mind that ABG still could potentially come back down here towards where the gap is. It's at 324 to 308. I that might still be a go. So looking at the fact that it hasn't actually played, like it's squeezing to the upside right now. Um, if you were interested in potentially getting long on because you believe in ABGO, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't even know why I put it in my watch list because there was a lot of activity around it. But um, I'll move this trend line. Makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, still maintain it. It could possibly pull back into here. It's going up right now, so I'll be looking forward to reject around the top side of this trend line again, and I look for a move. I guess I might want to start here in the immediate and be somewhere back down here towards, see, today 342 fundamentally. They have earnings. When's their earnings? Yeah, that's why I put it on the watch list. They have earnings this week too, so they have earnings on the 11th. That'll be something to watch for. That's what it is. That's why I got them in here. But it was something else I was watching in here. What was it? Was it this? Because I know if it does come down in here and break this trend, if it came back, it would break this trend line. It would break it anyway. It's sitting in between two moving averages. The one to the top here, I wouldn't expect for that one to hold. So I would be looking for it to break and push back into this gap right here. See how we're looking as we get a little bit closer. Tomorrow is going to be a better day to assess this. But we know that if we're breaking out of here, and, to leave it alone. Otherwise, this is just going to be a resistance point for it. This might not even hold on the bad earnings for it, and be looking down here towards the bottom side of the channel down here with the golden pocket. And right now, it doesn't look like I need to move this at all. Not at the moment. I'm probably sit on the sideline with ABGO until earnings, and they're going to be reporting. Let me see, after hours. So yeah, they'll be reporting after hours on the 11th. So it's after close. Same situation with Oracle as well. So you know that I'm long Oracle anyway right now. But I have my stop loss in place, and so I've been in this one for, I think it's been like a week now. I've been sitting in the long position for Oracle. So that's fine. Lululemon is also after close, so it's after hours as well. And then should actually entertain Costco. I think that those were the only ones. GameStop is after close, so we'll be looking at that. Don't have it in here right now. GameStop, but I will be taking a, you know what, let's just actually take a look at GameStop. I mean, let me make sure that we're through that. DoorDash, I did start to look at DoorDash. It's a little bit too late on DoorDash though. Um, yeah, we're a little too late on DoorDash. There was, oh yeah, I put DoorDash in here because there was some unusual activity for DoorDash, and it was to the upside, but it's a little too late on this. Let's see, week at resistance. Too late for what was DoorDash. Someone moved right past DoorDash. Novo Nordisk. I did put out a tweet on this one right here. Put you over here on the monthly time frame over here. So a lot of great data. Let me check back on Bitcoin, making sure that crypto's still going sideways. Okay, so it's still good in crypto right now. So a lot of I put out a lot of the little data in here, just basic technical analysis. There is the fundamental stuff as well. Got a bit of an extra sell-off here last week, the end of the week, because of the Alzheimer's development, but that's not a big situation in my opinion. That's, you know, it's science. It takes time. You know, it takes a lot of time to develop medications and things like that. We don't want them to rush like they did with you know, the C the C vax. We don't want them to rush like they did with that, right? So it takes time with that. They are in India, in the Indian market right now. Um, that's some positive news around Novo. Um, yeah, yeah, they have expanded into India, which is a good thing. But typically, with Novo, um, the retracement is somewhere between, and I just did like the big corrections on Novo. So 40, at least 40 to 70% down is what I'm looking at for. Now, right now, you see it reacting to the 200 EMA. Like this is the first time it's actually came to the 200 EMA. It usually stops out somewhere around the 60 or the 120. That has been consistent with it, with the exception of this time. So I bought a little bit more this morning. So this is the 120 right here, and this is your 60 right here. And so you'll see how it consistently either going to pull back to the 120 or pull into the 60 on the major corrections, any major corrections that it get. Now, with the exception of the beginning. So we're talking all the way back here in 1980 something. Like it, you don't have the data through here anyway. And even if we did, we can see that it violated it in the beginning. So that's fine. But since then, that has been what it would normally drive back to on any hard corrections, being 40 to 70% corrections, it would come back into here. So if I'm looking at this and I'm looking at, let's see, corrections to the downside, you can see. So those big corrections like that, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get somewhere between a 60 and a 70% correction, or in a 120 correction. This time right here, it happens to be a little bit different because it's hitting on the 200 EMA. So I mentioned in here, you can see how it tried to bounce when it hit the 60. You got a little bit of a bounce. When it hit the 120, you got a little bit of a bounce right here as well. But in the end, it ended up dropping into the 200 for the first time. I'm also keeping an eye down here for the 400 EMA. I'm not banking on the 400 EMA, but it can happen. You know, based on fundamentals. Technically, I think that it probably bottomed down here. Technically, that is what I would assume, just based on the drawdown that it usually gets. which, like I said, is somewhere around 70, 40 to 70, and the worst being over here. So if you take into account this extra bit in here, I think it's more like a 76 instead. Let me just see, because I'm looking for where it first gets some sort of a correction. But if you take that into account, then you're looking at 76, negative 76 down. Let me reverse that. But that's been standard for. I also started looking at VWAP and comparing VWAP to it. So with VWAP, what I did was I just plotted VWAP at every major corrective low, like you were just seeing in here. So anywhere that I flagged it as a major correction is where I plotted VWAP just to see how price reacts coming back down down to that level. So this is let me just do a circle. So you can see this VWAP moon right here that I plotted off of this major low right here. You can see it came back. It usually comes back to VWAP. And this time when it came back to VWAP, it actually broke it, back tested, and got a rejection off of it, off of that one. But typically, what I looked at in the last few corrections is that it didn't deviate too far. So if I'm looking at this one, this one, from this major low right here, this VWAP, that's the one that when we got the major correction, came back and respected it and got to bounce away. Then I push out on this one over here, the VWAP from down here. You can see these circles just getting big as heck. You can see from this VWAP right here when we got the and it's this one. When we got the major correction, it came back to that VWAP from that corrective low, and then it got to bounce away. And then it's so big. From there, it hasn't back tested these other ones in here. It hasn't. But I mean, them circles is large, right? Circles was large. Yeah. After that, this didn't count. I also mentioned a few times that it didn't work, which was at the start, just like with the EMAs in the beginning. None of this really mattered to it. I think that this was like a standard deviation 4, some crap like that on this one, and then this was like a standard deviation 3. I mean, this one right here was a standard deviation 3 bounce right there, and then this one, price just doesn't come back to it because the market is so strong at that point. It just doesn't do it at all. So in the beginning, it really doesn't matter, but you can see the rejection here around these lows in here, and also VWAP right there. So that was one of the things I looked at on it. I also looked at the fact that you have these trend lines through here. So I think it's at a low. I think if it's not the low, if this wasn't the low right here, we're near a low. So let's just put it like that. We're definitely near some sort of a low in here. I looked at the volume off of this candle right here, and that looked to me like it was bearish absorption off of the volume in here. I don't know if I have volume on over here. I don't. Let me put volume on. Did you see that big volume candle right there? And you see versus this little candle right here, that looks like bearish absorption at this low. So great time to be buying, in my opinion. So I bought some. I initially bought some when it first broke below that VWAP. That's why I initially bought some, and then I added to it this morning. And if I have to, then I'm gonna add to it again. I think that Novo is a great company. It does have competition from, Eli Lilly. Not what I'm saying, yeah, Eli Lilly. It does have competition from Eli Lilly. So if you want to hedge, I think Eli Lilly would be one to get into. But if this is somewhere at its lowest, then Eli Lilly must be somewhere around its highs. That's how I'm going to look at it. I haven't actually looked at Eli Lilly chart, but I'm just going to assume, you know, that that's probably somewhere around the top, the temporary top. But when this thing gets going, it gets going. So if it's anywhere, if this is a low in here and we're looking for a move up, like when it moves, it's no comparison to any of this. Like it's no comparison. Like you just up, 8 years up, 6 years up, 6 years up. You got a little smaller one in here, which is like 2 years. I mean, overall, it's just been up. It's just been an uptrend. It hasn't violated the low since way back in 1980 something. 11 years up. So when it's up, it's up. It's nothing in comparison to the little down move. It's nothing in comparison. It's a lot. It's a lot right now, but it's nothing in comparison. I did look at this like, but no, it's nothing in comparison. Again, that looks like absorption right there. That looks like bearish absorption. Just saying. I think it's a pre-market. You can see it's sliding down a little bit. That's why my water got filled. Sliding down a little bit. I started to put it down here on this trend line just in case, but it doesn't matter because like I said, if that's not, I mentioned the fact that you have this trend line here. It's like $7 off from this trend line right here, and about $18 off from this one right here. If some sort of a crazy crap move was to happen, that's what you would be looking at. So extra $18 drawdown. I'm banking on it. I'm banking on it. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I just take a little bit of an L because I didn't decide to buy until it got in here. So if it comes down a little bit more, it comes down a little bit more. That's also the in terms of Fibonacci, in terms of fibs, that's a 786 fib also. I plotted out some of the pivots through here. You got the 0.886. So I like to look when prices are coming back on a monthly time frame. I like to look at platinum pocket. I like to look at 786 and 0.886 on those deep retracements. That has been a winner for me in terms of finding the right place to get in on Intel and finding the right place to get in on AMD, which AMD has been an absolute monster. Kind of lacking a little bit right now, but that's what I tend to look at on major corrections, like where are we at in terms of 786 and 0.886, and that's a good place to get in for me. So that's what I'm doing with my money. So there you have it, 786, 200 EMA. That's usually a nice recipe, and then I think this would be like the 400 and the let me see if that's what that was. Yeah, 400 and 0.886 right here. So if it came down a little bit more, that's what I'll be looking at. That, and then of course you saw how the raise in here, everything, which the moving averages, that's how the trend line, that's how I look at it anyway. I look at where my trend line is in relationship to a moving average, and that's how I work with it. But I think that it's a good buy. Personally, I think it's a good buy. Can be wrong. I can be wrong. By all means, I could be wrong, and I didn't put it over here because the data just wasn't relevant enough for me. This is 0.886 retracement right here. 0.886 retracement. Let me just. I noticed I did that on some of them, and I didn't do it on the other one. So there you have it. So it's either going to be a 50% retracement or 0.886 retracement, something like that. This is a long-term hold. if you feel interested in that. And I don't think I had anything past Novo, but this is the big one to watch right now for me. And they report earnings not until next year, not until next year. February 4th, and you can see that they did get a bad earnings. So that is what that is. They did get a bad earnings. Doesn't guarantee that they're going to turn around. Another one's probably going to be TTD. I have to look at that another time. That used to be one that we had on our watch list, and it made a nice move up for us. And then they got their earnings, and they just capitulated. Like, well, not capitulated, but they absolutely nuked after they got their earnings. They popped for us in the beginning, but yeah, their earnings just kind of crapped them out. I know that they're more than about 50% down right now. I'm hoping Novo works out, because if you're here and you got that info on Novo, it could be a really strong play. It's worked so far. Like I said, somewhere within platinum pocket. You know, it has worked so far for me. So Bitcoin right now, testing this again. I don't like for it to keep dropping into a trend line. They keep testing the trend line. It's going to make it weak, and we're going to end up breaking back down into this, um, which is fine if we do. It's fine if we do. And Solana is going to be the play this week, probably. Have to check how it's doing against Bitcoin. Oh man. So we were at resistance, like I said, for Zcash. And it hit that 886. Just clapping. All right. Yeah, that read was abundant. But again, it can still chop, 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 chop. It can still try to do that. Because let me see, what kind of reaction did we get off of this when it came up? Let me just see. Okay, so it plopped back down into it, and then bounce up. I'm gonna leave it like that and see if it wants to come back and do an actual test on it without taking out this low. But if they're gonna try to grind it up higher, I think like I said, I'm not big on the overbought and oversold. I just don't think that the market is bullish enough to have that read. In a bullish environment, sure, like that, it's not worth paying attention to, and something that environment where it doesn't seem like we're that strong. And so that was a little bit concerning. That was a little bit concerning because it just didn't seem like we were that strong to be all up here. They're pushing 90. Like, we're not that strong, are we? I took profit one more time in here too, right before coming on stream. So this trade is almost dead. And I'll be looking to, because I can see the desire to go higher, even if it's not breaking structure just yet. I can see a desire to go higher. So I'm going to look for another long today instead. Eh, 15 minutes. Keep in mind that because the RSI got so high, there's going to put in bullish divergence. So it's going to, like I said, they could still try to squeeze price up. So you can already see the bull div in here. Whenever you got a high read like that on the RSI, it's probably not going to retrace too much. That's why I'm saying maybe right in here to this line. But that golden pocket could also suffice for the occasion. That could also suffice. Okay, so that's 786 right there. So that might be it for it. And then it gets another attempt back up. Maybe fail to come up as high as this, and then puts in a bear div right here on the next move up, and then that would be the short for it. And that might actually be the SFP of that line that we were looking at when we first came on. So it could be something like that if it doesn't fully roll over here, because like I said, high RSI like that tends to lead to another push back up, get a bear div next time, and then you get the push down, get the real push to the downside. So I'm just going to say on the SFP, pretend I have a and I just dropped it somewhere. I didn't really put any thought into it because when nobody's doing the 3. No one's doing the 3. Let's see what happens. This is about what they call a, yeah, that makes sense. It look like it might be like a 50 right there. Not quite. I don't like to zoom out too low. I'd rather work with this 15-minute time frame. I don't like to zoom out too much. I suppose if I did zoom out the first time, you would have been able to do that with confidence with the bear div across here. But yeah, I don't like to be out too low. I'm just gonna wait. Let me jump back over there on it. Ethereum did just drop into our line right here. I'm just getting a little bit of a reaction from there on this little back test, this breakout. Bitcoin with a little bit of a reaction, and so very minor. Okay, thank you. All right. Market's just trying to hold right now. I think Solana's RSI came up high enough that, let's see, what was that? That was I don't know why that looks like it's higher. Oh, it is. Okay, 79. That was pretty high. That was pretty high. So I would insinuate the same thing over here with Sol. You can see the momentum did shift in here on the RSI. Probably also did it on price action. And that would have been something like that. That was an SFP or something. I don't know what that was. It looked like trash. would have did that. That's how I would have did it on the breakdown. Let's wait for that. So I'm gonna assume that this right here is also gonna put in some bullish divergence, get another push back up with the bear div. So I do think we see a bit higher today on the alts, a little bit higher today. False move money is what they say. I think we could see a little bit higher coming in. As far as this goes, it actually hasn't broken it yet. Which is basically the same thing. It's just falling back below that neckline. That's bullish divergence right here, right now, too. But yep, that's bullish divergence right here. So like I said, we want to see it hold there. Hold on, before I do that, I don't need this line right here right now. Because if it was up there, we'd see we broke that. Regardless. And then Bitcoin. RSI was at 77. I don't know why I didn't pay attention to this earlier. RSI was at 77, and then it put in the bear div. But it's still putting in bullish divergence. Still putting in bullish divergence. I want to take another long on Solana. My trend line is all over here. Let's take a look at Bitcoin dominance real quick too. Still neutral. It's kind of chilling right now. I don't see anything for me to get into. Let me check back on pump. Let's see what pump is looking like. You know what I said? So while I'm waiting on these to kind of do something. That don't look like it's it's fine. Don't look like it's gonna hold it. Don't look like it's gonna hold it. Hope everybody had a great weekend. I did. I work on weekends, but it's one of the best weekends I've had. Bitcoin's moving slow. Ethereum. Sorry. I usually don't tune out. So. Catch it a little bit faster. I don't really like this right now. I'm just going to say this again because I know I'm not going to be on here too much longer. Despite the little temporary pullback or whatever here on the lower time frame, I do think the market sees more upside today as opposed to downside. Today, it looks more like an upside read. 4 hour looks a lot better than what the 4 hour was looking like on Friday. As I remember saying to you, the 4 hour looked kind of trashy, so I probably wouldn't take. I said I wouldn't take the position there. If it started to go sideways and show that it really wanted to hold, then I would jump in. But I didn't see a reason to at the moment because the 4 hour didn't look good, and that was exactly what it was. 4 hour didn't look good. 4 hour looks a little better today. It's a lot better than it did on Friday. Only thing I can say about the 4 hour is it's lacking a little bit of momentum, just a small amount of momentum. But outside of that, again, I do think the market sees more upside than downside today. Right now, just how I pulled it off of the most local pivot in here, filling inefficiencies likely on a pullback. If it doesn't manage to hold here and break here, still didn't see the yeah, it did have the bear dip here on the 15-minute, but it's not a terrible RSI. It's not a terrible RSI. It ain't the best reading RSI either. For me to be like, maybe Ethereum doesn't perform well today. Maybe I have to say Ethereum doesn't perform well today because Solana looks like it's going to outperform Ethereum today. That's what it looks like. And VIX is currently up. You can see our little formation that we had in here with the break to the upside that we were watching. We had one little line going across here, which priced for a brief moment. I think it was it this? Yeah, for a brief moment, it was bouncing off of that, and I told you that we had the one in here along with these pivots that I had put in here. So I did away with this one after the fact, but yeah, our little pivots that we have in here. So we got a little break out of this this falling wedge in here. Still probably hitting resistance. No, far from that. And I know this isn't correct anymore, but nonetheless, yeah, that's not gonna be correct anymore. VIX. This is total 2 right here. Nothing different than the other day when we were looking at it hitting the resistance in there. Just minor resistance right here. It can get above it now, in my opinion. You can get above it now. Back test on that trend line breakout in here, and that looks fine. So again, I think that we see a little bit more upside to the market today as opposed to downside. This is USDT dominance. I took my focus off of this trend line right here because it is squeezing within here right now. You can see the momentum shift through here. And I just did it like that. So I'll be looking for this again, because it was bouncing away from the support level. I'll really be looking closer towards this trend line in here. If we're going to get any sort of performance today, like I'm saying, I look for this to break this trend line in here and possibly come back down here and back test this one. And then if it loses that one, then Bitcoin is looking a whole lot better, right? A whole lot better. And you can see how it failed to come up here and test that again. And it dropped below this candle. So I am thinking that this is going to break down. Bitcoin is going to push higher. And today won't be a bad day. Today won't be a bad day. This is Solana versus Bitcoin. But what I want to do is look at the Solana ETH. Solana. No, this one. Solana ETH. Because it looked like it's... Oof, that happened? Oh, okay, that happened on Friday. It still looks like it's performing better than Ethereum right now, but ooh. Ouch. Let me make sure you're in here right. It looks kind of... It is probably correct anyway. Yeah, something still broke it. I likely got a new weekly print in here somewhere in the center. I'm pretty sure of it. So it's actually not performing better than Ethereum. It just looks like it on the chart right now that it might start to outpace Ethereum. Nice little double bottom. I'm just going to say that Solana looks like it's preparing to outpace Ethereum at this point. I think so. Behavior seems different on the on the Solana chart right now, just looking at it opposed to Ethereum right now, it just looks like it's going to outpace Ethereum right now. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I think it does. Take that away for now because it broke it the first time. It didn't care about it. That was too petty for me to even say it cared about it. So it's just kind of, it's not respecting that line, so I don't need it. Just take it away. I'll look back at it later. It might be noteworthy later. This is others, others to BTC, others. Not performing well against BTC. Okay. Solana's starting to break that trend line. So looking for the move back into either the 50 or the golden pocket here. This one right here, not the original one, but this one with the trend line. So it could take liquidity over this trend line. If it doesn't come all the way back to the trend line and starts to move away, then momentum is looking to continue up. Or we have strong enough momentum in the time frame. Bitcoin finally got that breakdown below that top side of that trend line right there. This is going to put in bullish divergence. You can take out all of this in here and still have bullish divergence. Right now you have bull dips against these lows in here at the current moment, at least until it breaks this trend line right here. Once it breaks that momentum, it can still come below all this and still be putting in some bullish divots. You can see that. And we know what we were hitting. No, I think it wasn't from this time frame, was it? Not quite. We didn't even hit that. It's sad that every morning we have to wait. Losing my voice. Every morning we have to wait until traditional market opens. Let me take a look at CME. I haven't looked at that. Double gap over this area right here. A smaller gap right here that's on 15. That's just on the 15. Let's see what you did. Let's see what you did. We don't really have to worry about this anymore. I'm not going to get this perfect. I'm not going to even worry about that. Oof. And I'm just going to stick to the nature of the pattern. I mean, they're bullish when they break to the upside. I'm just going to stick to the nature of this stuff. I didn't tell y'all, but that Walmart short did not work. That little Walmart short that I had over here on the chart on Friday. Um, what was it? Yeah, Friday. That didn't work. That did not work. It is kind of, I mean, it left a little top and tail at the end of Friday, but yeah, it didn't work. And so the hangman candle from the day before that was invalidated at a little pin bar and say that while we're waiting on this over here, yeah, this remember I was looking for the SFP from this that little dash trend line right there. Well, the it was a premature entry anyway, but maybe it comes today. I don't know, but it didn't work. That did not work. It was a paper trade still. Just saying it didn't work. I don't know if I still have it in here. If I just deleted it because I should have left it to at least show you. Um, it's gone, but I can honestly tell you it didn't work. I guess I still get the trade around with Hood today when market actually opens. Yeah, I just had to look back at that. Some of these are terrible on this time frame. Delete this top line. It doesn't care about that top line anyway. I don't know why I'm so angry with Walmart. Walmart has done absolutely nothing to me. Market's boring. It's probably gonna stay this way until it opens. Gosh. Absolutely boring. Tail looks good. What happened with JTO? Did they have like a? Oh my gosh. Jeez. Yeah. They broke straight through the demand zone. I haven't looked at this. I think I still have it in my portfolio. Um, Coinbase. I do still have it in my portfolio on Coinbase. It used to be one of the top performers in my portfolio, and now I'm actually not down, but it shows I'm down like 75% on this thing because I take out my initial investment when price pumps up, and then I take out a little bit of profit, so everything else is free. But I gave back those gains. It's basically what I did. So, dang, wow, and it doesn't look like it wants to stop. The heck? I won't be adding to it. I know that much. I'm not adding it to a falling knife. I just want to make my money, make back what I had made before, and I just take that out. That's terrible. I mean, the crypto market altogether is we struggling right now, people. So, I mean, stuff is not even above the five. Just the five. Just the five EMA. Jeez. I haven't looked this far down the chart in a minute, as you can tell, but we're not even above a five EMA. Turbo. I lost a friend over this Jupiter thing. Think about it every now and then too. Good Lord. Mm-hmm. Hadn't been the same since Trump coin. This ain't the gift that just keeps on giving. Ooh-wee. I mean, it has to come back up there. Wow. Wow. Dang. That was supposed to have been a target. Mm. This is still, unless it breaks the low down there. If it breaks out of here successfully, we knew about the resistance in here. So it stomped out the last few times. So we got that right, but still have to get a break out of here. This is still performing terribly. Everybody was all excited on this one right here, on that pump up here. Straight into none other than the 120 resistance. Dang, the market looks, I didn't realize the market looked this bad. I have really been avoiding looking at a lot of, dang, jeez. I completely lost the demand zone down through here. Really filling this in? Really? Oh, I just can't use these anymore. Maybe for resistance, maybe. Because it. Oof. Oh, please. Mm, wow. Oh my days. Let's see, Ethereum broke down from that trend line. Let's see what Bitcoin did real quick and put it back over here. 15. Still holding. Obviously, you can already see with the hold on, let me forget about that. Zoom back out. Did it finish this out? I think we had looked at this at one point and said it probably would never do it. That zero or something like that. Negative, yeah, never do that, right? Never do that. What that was from? Delete it. It's not even above the 5 either. That looks trashy. Look. I honestly didn't realize the market looks this bad. What's this range? This is why I've mainly been sticking to Solana, Ethereum, and BTC in terms of when I start to talk about the crypto space. I mainly keep it to those, and then the Zcash because it was also performing pretty well. But outside of that, I just don't see a reason to buy these dips. I don't. And not until momentum shifts, even for some of them that are, you can tell, are at bear market lows. Some of them have actually broken. Um, we just fell in. Anyway. leave it right there for now. I still think we're more up on markets today than down, but we're probably open market and then may get shot down real quick and then come back up. That's what I was just looking at. If not that, maybe we SFP this one right here. Bear div. See, cash was still kind of waiting for that extra move up to put in the bear div against this, and then move back down. Thank you. Any data this morning? Let's see. I didn't take a look at that. We do not. Oh, we got a strong week this week. A strong report. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of volatility this week. We got ADP weekly employment change. We got JOLTS job openings. Geez, that's tomorrow. Got employment cost index quarter over quarter. We got federal funds rate. Woo-wee. Wednesday. We're gonna have a lot of volatility this week. And all of this is happening right before earnings on Lululemon and Novo Nordisk. Dang. And then Costco is that um that Thursday as well. That's interesting. It's a double whammy if it's not what we're looking for. Unemployment claims on Thursday. The market will already be forward looking after Wednesday. Whoa. Take advantage of whatever we get today, for sure. Jeez. Let's see if this shifted a little bit. Shifted a little bit. It looks like it's more. It's breaking that, so it's more or less that. This is just going to be just in case we come back in. I don't need this anymore, but just in case we come back in and we do print a head and shoulder, I wouldn't expect for too much more than this. Again, I still think market goes up more today than down. That's why I said we have to take advantage of whatever we get today. This is a pretty even. If this does, if that did happen, maybe more so something like that. I'm gonna drop to 50. Unconfirmed. So just know that this is, let's put it back over here in the center. It is unconfirmed. Because we don't know if that's going to happen. Just trying to get ahead of it. Drive safe. Love you. It's a nice little candle. Looks aggressive. Nice push out of Solana as well. Nice push out of Bitcoin as well on this lower time frame. Only other thing this could be would be that rising structure. I see us continuing up, but we're gonna that's the only other thing it could. Let's see. Mhm. Trying to think if I should leave this. Don't really matter. Let's see what we're looking for. I'll leave it just to see. I'm gonna put it on this one though. I think we need that anymore. I hate to bombard you with a bunch of trend lines, just trying to see. I think that was the golden pocket. Yeah, that was that golden pocket. Just kind of moving through these, back and forth. Oh, well. Bitcoin dominance was up on this time frame we last looked at it. So whatever it does is basically what everything else is going to do, unless it was performing a little better than Bitcoin. this. It's really good for spotting patterns because we don't always see the patterns clear. It's really, Bollinger is really good for spotting patterns. So they all basically got the same pattern that Bitcoin has, but at least, your big players like Solana and ETH. Would be an expansion if it breaks here. We saw that based on Bollinger. If it breaks here, expansion. So don't want to try to catch the candle because it would, over here, expansion. Let me highlight this out. It's hard to see. Sorry. I apologize. Make it lighter just in case it follows through. Okay, let me see. That's what we were looking for. But again, even down here, it would still be bullish. It would still be a bullish divvy. First of all, we have to invalidate the bullish divergence from this point. Have to invalidate that first, which means price has to break below here. Price has to take this out. Otherwise, it could be a swing failure pattern too. See that? Market keeps moving like this early in the morning. When I start streaming, I'm gonna have to move the streaming hours to something more active because this is supposed to be preparation, but yeah, it's so slow. So slow. 1 minute. What we're looking like. Just chilling, chilling, chilling. Take a look at what OI looks like on Bitcoin today. Still 100,000 is the strongest magnet. Holding these highs over here right now. Ethereum at the moment. Solana, again, it's finding a lot of strength right now. Cash. No. I don't know. That's it. I do still think it could probably come up. Well, I still think it could come up here. I have to consider an SFP right here too, as opposed to just that one. That looks better. was the last long I took on Solana right here. Was this one, and I actually closed it out on this candle right here. Closed it out on this candle. So it went up a little bit more. I went to sleep at 7 like old people because I get up early, which meant I was up at 12 a.m. It was actually 11:45 a.m. So then I went back to sleep a little bit. I was back up at 1 something. Went back to sleep again. Was back up at 3. And I've been up since. I'm trying to get myself conditioned to go to the gym that early in the morning because I really don't be feeling like doing it afterwards. Right now I'm working out after my stream, but I like to condition myself to go to the gym, and I want to go when there's really no one in there but me. Maybe there's another straggler like me out there, but kind of empty. So I'm working on my sleep pattern. Slide this over just so I can see the candle. And again, if you were not here, this only leads to some bullish divergence. It did have a bear div on this top up here. It had a bear div against this low over here, but it is putting in bullish divergence as it is seeing this little move down, which I think that we see more upside today than downside. The market is just prepping for market open, if anything. There's no actual data today. It will be a volatile week this week with Fed rate decision and Jerome Powell talking. Mhm. I started watching the Diddy documentary that 50 Cent did. It is wild. It is wild. Um, yeah, it's wild. The Coin King said he couldn't stomach watching it. It is, yeah. I was watching an interview that 50 Cent did, and the person that was interviewing him asked him, what did he think? Stupid question. What do you think Diddy will think about the documentary? And of course, 50 trolling. He's like, he'll love it. He's gonna love it. He's gonna just straight trolling. He's gonna love it. He's gonna sue, if anything. Keeping this organic, I'm just gonna pull it out a little bit more. And I think that that's still pretty accurate. It is. Mhm. Again, likely waiting on market open. As we're moving really slow. We're gonna do something. We're gonna do it, but we're moving really slow. All right. Solana just tapped into the 139 up here. It didn't take out the high because it But now it's 139.32 on this current candle, and that's 139.36. So it didn't take that out. It just kind of tapped close enough to it. You can already see it's coming up bearishly, which is why we're looking for the SFP. Unless it invalidates the bear div. Zcash, on the other hand, is not looking like it wants to make it up here right now. It might have just been the short to take. I'll be checking back in on Bitcoin. I'm gonna watch Sol right now because if I'm gonna enter something, it'll likely be this one at the moment. Look like it might offer the opportunity over here. Kind of late on the other ones, I think. I want the bear div, but you know what? Yeah, I want the bear. I want the. Screw it. Just have to close it out early. I suppose. I'm just gonna do it. And if it goes beyond that, then I just close it out. So, still looks pretty decent. It honestly does. Looks decent. I just put a tight stop loss on it for that. Bitcoin still just it's hanging around that trend line, the bottom side of that trend line from the rising structure. It's back below it at the moment. It's still not back below the prior candle, that little doji candle that we had there on that 15-minute. It's still above the low of that candle at the moment. I'm really watching for Bitcoin. I'm really watching the MACD right now because it's closer to the zero line on over here on Bitcoin. It's closer to the zero line as it's coming down, which this was ahead of it over here. Like this part was ahead of Delta was ahead of it for the initial breakdown. You see how we flip white, see how we flip down zero, just waiting for the MACD to follow through. We're probably, I mean, we can even go slow even if it crosses down here, but yeah, we're just super slow, super slow. If we're going to get this confluence, for me, in my opinion, would be the measured move for this. I mean, you could also have done it probably from something back here, but yeah, this is making a little bit more sense. The golden pocket 786, that little gap on the, 15-minute time frame on CME, it's not a big deal. Can't see it anywhere else, honestly. But nonetheless, it would still be bullish divergence. We have to take out this, have to close below this low for it to not be bullish divergence. Otherwise, it's still bullish divvy. So we could, saying all that to say, it could be like a V-shaped recovery, like how fast it happened over here. It could be like a V-shaped recovery. See how the MACD dropped below that zero in here and gave a quick V-shaped recovery. Over here, same thing, quick V-shaped recovery. Ooh, okay, Solana's working. All right, I guess that was a good entry, even though it didn't SFP. Stop loss still in place, so it'll be a quick stop out. Let's see if we're holding. I know we're holding those highs over here. Let's see if we're holding the EMA. Okay, we are holding the 60 right now. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. was the close of the zero off of that candle. In relative weakness at the moment. 30 minutes out from market open. All right. Still going slow, 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 slow. I feel like this little Solana one might come. I don't care if it does. It does. It's barely in anything anyway. And that was the Solana entry where I said I took this Solana entry up there. And stop loss is really close. So in case it comes back up here, it will stop me out. It'll stop me out at 140. I just made it a tight stop loss because it didn't SFP. Maybe it's just a double top. I don't know. It's far from that. I mean, I think it could still probably come up and I'll just be out of it. Just barely 2x. Yeah. This is for play. So I won't be losing anything really if it goes back up here. Trying to stick around till market opens. Just do a run back over here. Walmart still coming down a little bit. Good here. Coinbase coming down a little bit. Circle, same thing. Tesla still sitting in the same spot. The little head and shoulder. Robinhood coming down some. The VIX was up a little bit, so Palantir looks pretty good. Intel is performing all right. AVGO, Broadcom, that looks okay. Novo decided it wanted to bounce again a little bit here. It did have a little head and shoulders right here. Pay that no attention. Interesting. Nvidia still hanging around 182.50, which is again, it's like a magnet zone for it, at least until I can update the chart. Apple finished out that measure move for the Apple finished out this measure move for this head and shoulder in here. It did that. It's so close to this 277.50. If it's still relevant, anyway, if it's still relevant. Gold still holding the little trend line over here. Whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo. So to give it another shot today, maybe. Trying to come up. Like I said, Nvidia is still hanging around here. This may still be relevant. I think I'm gonna close out that Nvidia position today. I've been sitting in it for a couple of days, a week now, maybe. Yeah, it's been a week now. So get out of that. I don't think so. Back over here to Bitcoin. Yeah, Solana coming back up. I kind of figured that. It's trying to come back up. Just stop me out. I'm gonna try it again though. If it does come up and stop me out, try it again on the SFP. come up too far, but I'm still gonna try it again if it does. As I would see a bear div on any of these swings up, unless it invalidates it. Okay, unless it invalidates it. Invalidates it, then just leave it alone. I am getting a sore throat. Hope I'm not getting sick. All right. What else is happening in the fabulous world today? US Gold Corp. It's been one of the slowest mornings. Slow. All right, 10 more minutes and I'm going to get out of here. I really just wanted to give the market time to open, see what kind of direction we're going to have. But this is really killing me. Really killing me. Strategy buys almost 1 billion worth. Why? 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 Okay. I don't think I looked at strategy today. Let me check on MicroStrategy. I don't know why I don't have it in the watch list. See where we're at in terms of. Still looks decent on the 16-hour time frame. Strategy does. I just think that that's ridiculous right now, though. Got a lot going on with this. I don't know. I don't think strategy should be in here trying to buy a Bitcoin right now. Trying to take care of strategy. Mm-mm-mm. How it could reach 120K or falls. I don't see 120K. Not saying that I'm right over this person right here or this company or whatever. I'm not saying I'm right over them. I just don't see 120. We're still, let's see. Let me see what you look like on the 1 hour. Came up and tapped that resistance on the one right there. Have to put me in that little bear. Okay. We're still looking at this as it is, with the move back into 100,000, which is going to be roughly where we have the 10 and the 5 at the moment. No cross between these two either, which you don't until it, comes back and back tested. If it fails on the back test, then yeah, we roll over, which gives us potential for the head and shoulder formation. But yeah, we're still trying to get our 2 months in of green right here, just trying to get back to the 1 OK to be talking about 120 already, which is all the way up here. So I tell you, I don't know. But 4 minutes left till market opens. I'm gonna take partial profit on my Solana position. All right, and let the rest of it rock and roll if it's gonna come down. Just let the rest of it. That way, if I get stopped out, I get stopped out at break. Well, slightly in profit instead of break even. Yay. Thank you for chilling with me for however how long you chilled with me. Thank you for chilling me, even if you just came in to see what we were looking like and what the probability was, which again, I do think that there's more upside than downside today. But we're just putting a little bit of a correction from over the weekend, and then I think it continues to rock and roll to the upside, possibly even to 100,000, even that false move Monday. But I mean that's what they say, false move Monday. But yeah. Minor situation on CME, nothing major. Again, this would be putting in bullish divergence unless it invalidates. It invalidates it by closing below this low right here, closing below it like that on a line chart, not the wick, like that on a line chart. Ethereum. the same. It will be putting in bullish divergence unless it will still be putting in bullish divergence. Possibly looking at potential head and shoulders. It would have to literally, with volume, break below this, break this line with some volume. It can't be doing the slow stuff it's doing now because it's just not, yeah, it's not going to do it. Otherwise, you're looking down here towards the golden pocket, maybe just slightly below it to fulfill the measured move if we get that to the downside. Otherwise, you're looking up and you want to see a break here. I had it like this, but you can see how it wicked over that right there. So I just moved it to account for that wick. But it's all about this line right here at the moment. Solana, really looking at the 50 in here if it pushes down into this. Right now it's one of the better looking charts. So I do still think, there's still the idea of the SFP, but if it moves down here first, forget about the SFP because then none of this, coming back up here for the SFP with bearish divergence is going to make a difference at that point. It probably won't even get any bearish divergence if that happens. If it drops first, then forget about the scenario in here. I did go ahead and take the short, and I shared that, and I already took partial profit on it, and not up a whole lot or anything like that. Just really peanuts and playing around with it. Some low capital, low leverage. And Zach, still has a chance to do this. Now, even if it does the SFP from the 0.886, which is where you see that 399 at there, I like this better, especially if it comes, well, I'm not thinking, I don't think that, because the RSI was so high over here, I expect for this to come back up and try again and even put in a bear deal. That is what I expect because the RSI was so high. You just tend to get bullish divergence all down here. If it doesn't give it, then, you could still be looking at this. Let me just do this while I'm over here at it. I'm not thinking this, but most certainly not thinking this. And I have no idea. Right now, if it does break down, I'm really just looking in here around this trend line right here again. But I suppose you could kind of look at this that way. If it does something like that, you could kind of look at it that way for a breakdown. Market is open. Let me jump over here on Biddy. Alright, see if we're gonna swing fail on this with this bullish divvy in here. This is just gonna be a fake. Well, not a fake. It was really slow to the downside. See what happens here with Biddy. Thank goodness I took some out on Soul, just in case it decides to give us that SFP now. Apple with a nice little pop-up this morning. That's nice. All right, Zcash, do your thing, do your thing. Zic. Mm-hmm. Nice move from Apple early this morning. That's nice. Oh, nice move from NVIDIA. Maybe we reject from our 185. But that's nice. Nice move starting out here this morning with NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Nice move, Zach. Nice move, NVIDIA. Good. Back at our trend line for just wow. I mean, I'm getting ready to go. So you already know what I'm looking at over here. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Zcash. Zcash is coming up for that potential SFP situation. So that is what I will watch for. See if you can get that SFP. If not, this invalidates the idea of that. So I could drop that and go back to focusing on that. Possible SFP from here, a possible SFP from there with the bear div, because it's not going to match up. It's just not. RSI was way too high. Way too high. All right. A little bit of a rejection. Do not be rejecting Apple. NVIDIA. I guess these two might still be relevant right now. The 185 and the 182 might still be relevant right now. Otherwise, we're going to have our descending trend line down here. The one that I showed you from the 4-hour time frame right here, coming into this right here, potentially even breaking in and finally hitting that 190. That's what I've really been waiting on my position that I'm holding for NVIDIA. So we'll see how that goes. Right now, still respecting the levels through here. What's it? Robinhood is back down here towards the low end of our rising trend line right here. It's back down here towards the low in case this is a rising wedge over inverse head and shoulder. So we've covered that. Okay. So that's what you'll be looking for. If it breaks down from there, these could still be relevant. So 130, 128 in here. I will look for a bounce away. That's Apple. Of course, I knew it was going to reject in here, but we tapped. We tapped the 277.50. I was hollering about the 277.50 in here. That's dashed out down here. Even though we made the measure move for the little head and shoulders in here, still 277.50 there. Gold. Again, if gold breaks below this trend line right here, now you do have the 60 sitting right here, but a successful breakdown, it could send it back, and see how these two are converging pretty close together. So it might even just come back to this low down here and want to hold in here for any reason that happens, really want to hold in here. That's the 200 EMA here on the 4-hour time frame. That could invalidate the wedge structure here for gold. And yeah, that was it. Over here. All right. Back at this Bitcoin before I go. Okay, so now we're really starting to get our push down in here again. Look at this golden pocket 786. We can fulfill this right here. Still be bullish divergence unless it gets invalidated. Solana potential to break this neckline in here. I don't know how I feel about that now, but still, yeah, I don't know how I feel about that now. If anything, it would just be a golden pocket retracement at this point. I don't know that I can rock with that now. Solana, I'm watching for the 50 retracement if it's coming down here. Watching for that, and then if it breaks here, I'm watching for this. I'm just going to tell you, I'm watching for that. I'm not looking for us to take out the low in here. That's something to be mindful of. It would be some bullish divergence coming down here on this play for Solana. Then Zcash, you are getting a little bit of an SFP off of the 0.886 pivot high right here, as opposed to this one. But you might still be able to get this. Right here. If not, that was it. That was what we said. Watch this one and then watch this one. I prefer this one, but definitely won't have to worry about this part anymore. Yeah. Only thing that would be just maybe confirming the breakdown. That was a SFP right there. So I'm still good on Solana. And with that said, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a day. I need to trade a little bit myself, and it's not in crypto. It's gonna be over with Nvidia and all that good stuff, and Apple. Over on BTCC, but I appreciate you for joining me. Please be sure you hit the like button, subscribe if you're not a subscriber. It is one of the few channels out there that does not regurgitate what every other channel is saying. I just read the chart and give you what I see in the chart, and that's it. Try to help guide you into making your own decision. There's no financial advice here. But yeah, I still think more upside than downside today for Bitcoin, for Solana, for Ethereum. I would say more upside today than downside. And that includes Zcash as well. With that said, I will see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.